Hello, my name is Dallas, and I'm back for more Splatoon Raiders to try and finish up the true ending. I don't know if I'm gonna commit to finishing every level, but I definitely want to try to get the true ending done. And I think today we're going to warm up with some other levels first, both to try to get resources and just more broadly. It's just a warm up before I jump into the really hard final dungeon. So pretty much the goal is I would like to focus most of my upgrades on the bow, so that ideally I can just one-shot most of the enemies in the dungeon. Because I think like gadget parts can be useful, but it feels like just getting a max or higher level weapon will be more obviously beneficial. That's one of the reasons I want to do some of these other side areas first, to try to get some resources to upgrade my bow. And we're starting off with a little bit of a lower level one because I've already done like some level 60 areas, and this just happens to be one I haven't done yet. Guess I'm not quite high enough for that. Also, I'm not sure what's freezing. I don't remember which weapon I have that has the freeze on it. I don't think I'm gonna get enough shards to get a major upgrade. I also want to see if these levels drop treasure chests, because if I can get more titles, that would just be ideal for scaling. Yeah, since I'm so over level for this area, it feels like it's just gonna be kind of free. Just get through this real quick. Realize how that was gonna work out. And there's that one done. I forget how many, like, thousands of points I needed to upgrade my bow at this point. Yeah, definitely doesn't seem like I'm gonna get enough just doing, like, one of these levels. I know I can go redo the crystal levels if I really want to just focus on farming, but I kind of feel like that's a little bit of a waste when I could be doing new levels. Or levels that have new versions. And if I were to do any extra side content other than just going for true ending, I would rather it be just clearing out different versions of levels. back that way. Or maybe my weapon didn't have freeze and I just hit like a random freeze plant. Five-star range up for my current weapon. It looks like nothing else here, so I think we're good to go. Nice little casual warm-up. So it seems like I'm not going to get actual treasure, I'm just going to get whatever is listed there. The 8 cost double range for that weapon. It would be a massive range increase. The issue is I can't get enough points to afford it. I need at least 2 more. So I would have to upgrade that part probably by itself. Which would cost me 30,000 crystals. How much do I need for weapon upgrades? Weapon upgrades are about 4,000 to 5,000 each. Let's do one attempt at the next, like, true ending levels, and then if I just get absolutely deleted, then we'll try something else. Because if I get further in this, I also get more crystals, which means I could go do other levels to get better scaling, because these actually drop treasures, I think. I kinda ran out of ink in an awkward time. I feel like I'm just not getting full use of my abilities at the moment. Okay, that was actually just because I didn't pick up enough eggs. I did get a new level 5 weapon though. We're gonna try that once more. Like, that one I don't think was that bad, it was just I wasn't being aggressive enough to like clear out the enemies I needed. my bad as far as placement. Let's play it safe. There's that floor done. Got hit by a random missile in a bad time. I saved myself from dying, but I burned my super and then died anyway. If I had gone the other way for the eggs, I would have probably been fine in one there. I did get some things that I'm probably going to look into scrapping. At some point I got a level 39 weapon. I think anything below 3 stars should probably go. And then let's upgrade bow some more. Max upgrade I can do right now is 3. That should make a notable difference. I'm guessing I ideally want my weapon to be roughly the level of the area I'm going into. And then gadgets will hopefully like fill whatever other niche I need. I just couldn't get them stunned. This is probably redo. It takes like too many shots for me to take out some of these enemies. So we got through the level, but I lost all of my extra lives. On the bright side, at least I'm still getting like drops and things, so that at least helps with getting resources. And they got me. I couldn't get away because I didn't have that area inked. Let's do one more go on this one. And then I'll jump to another dungeon or something. Because at this point it's kind of like I just need weapon drops to farm for scrap or duplicate parts to get scrapped. I say not being able to like one-shot the big enemies is probably like the biggest problem with my build at the moment. Feels bad when I just throw my gadget off the ledge. And we got there. It feels like either I do really bad in that first floor or I like get through safely enough. I got hit by a random missile trying to finish off that one enemy. And there's that floor done. If we win this one, we get this layer cleared. I have 2 lives to get through it. This is not an ideal site. This is way too many sniper enemies. I was so close. I needed one more power egg or like a couple smaller enemies. So nice 1500 scrap there. I'm 400 materials short for that one, which I think I got some scrap. First one that I've gotten to plus 10. There's definitely probably like a better buff I can get for this one because I feel like I'm not moving very much and I want to get more damage. I got so close, I really want to just try to get this one locked in. Although if I fail this time, I might just go try to get at least a couple more levels or another upgrade. That was not the best place after that. Go to the charge Baxton. Maybe not that there. But I was so close that that kind of feels like a waste now. Definitely managing charge seems to be just kind of the most ideal way to get through a lot of this. Like knowing when I have to burn it or when I should burn it. That was a bad place to get caught, but I did get the other enemies focused on me. I just got caught in too many random spots with a bunch of enemies around in danger. Let's try a different level. Do this one for the 10,000 materials, because that'll be a pretty big boost. I think if I can get double the range of my blasters, that would also probably be good with their current setup. I do maybe need to open with the charge shot more, because I think it probably does the most damage like immediately out of the ones I have. Although I do have to like keep in mind that it fires like not straight ahead, because it fires 2 shots instead. And there's that floor done. It's definitely like very obvious when I'm at a level that I'm way over leveled for, and it seems like 50 is still kind of in that range. Like they're just getting immediately melted. Might be better to aim that just down broadly because of the way it angles in its 2 hits. Pretty much any level I do though where there's enemies is getting me scraps, because if I get duplicate gadgets, that's automatically more scraps. It's like even doing low levels, there is like some benefit that I'm just constantly getting. So let's go for the win. And there's that one done. The main reason I want to get like further in the main dungeon though is just so I can get things like more relics unlocked, so I can get more material just all outright. I think I'm gonna save up for the range boost for my other weapon, or my other gadget. If there's something that drops a ton of materials, I'll do that. Otherwise, I'll go back to the ones I'm working through. Nothing that drops like the materials I need. We'll try this again. Worst case is I'll hit 30,000 materials and then I'll upgrade the gadget so I can equip the boosted range. Because I feel like double range, multi-blast, and also AoE is just a very good combo for my current gadgets. Couldn't quite hold out long enough away from the enemies to avoid getting hit. That was just a very unfortunate group of enemies to spawn at that exact moment. Yeah, we'll just take the loss there. If I get too many deaths outright, then I might just save the charge, and if I get through with full charge, we'll just keep going. I think my thing is I'm not sure which side I should be focusing on first, or if I should go for the middle to try to get the explosive. Yeah, I can like just barely get the bombs down before they explode if they like catch up to me. I needed to go get those eggs. Like, that wasn't a bad attempt, I just wasn't being thorough enough in getting pickups. Because I think I didn't even need the charge to win, because there was just enough eggs for me to win if I picked them all up. I think the good method is to go left side and then try to hook around to the right so I can get use of that explosive in the middle. Got caught in a weird spot there. We got through that level with full charge, so I can get a good start at the next one. Although I am down a life, which is not the most ideal. almost got this slow down. And there's that one done. No lives lost there. We go into the final one with full charge. This is actually the one I really need the full charge on because these enemies are rough. Almost got another full charge. And we won. So we finally got through this first level of the day, or the first like required one. It would be nice if I got like a new relic for a title upgrade. Need 27 billion for another title. Few pickups, but not too much. I'm gonna go ahead and scrap all those new weapons though that I don't need. Anything below 3 stars is probably gonna go. I could probably do 4 stars because at this point I'm not really keeping any of those actually, and I can't get rid of the 5 stars, so there's no reason to worry about those. That means I can upgrade the range on this. Which also gives it bonus damage. Although that is every point that I have available for that one. We'll try the next level now that we got a decent upgrade there. But I think I am getting to the point where I need to just focus on weapon upgrades and nothing else. But I think that one is at least like worthwhile enough that it's probably worthwhile. Like it's still not, even with like that damage buff, it's not like one-shotting any kind of bosses. And it still like takes quite a few even with 2 of them active. The smoker just randomly did enough damage to finish me off. I think they got like body blocked by the UFO. really want to use this, but I want to see what's on the next floor. We got through this level. 2 lives to get through the last one, and then I win. It would really be nice to see one more title, and then I can go like do all the side levels to get like 90% boosted resources. I managed to get rid of that one enemy who was on me, but I kind of ended up in an awkward spot. I just couldn't build up enough gauge to get the win. Also, there was like 2 like decent sized boss enemies there. Pretty much like what is gonna determine how quickly I get through these is just how many weapons drop that I can scrap. Because that's gonna determine how quickly I scale up my weapons. Or gadgets, I guess, whichever one I decide on. But right now I'm leaning towards gadgets. Or weapons. Because I feel like I've nearly peaked with what I can get for gadgets. I feel like I don't know if this charge shot is doing as much as I would like. Because it takes a little bit too long to set up, but there is like a charge speed boost that I would really like to get. And that might change things. I think for this weapon, it's almost, or my current setup, it's more ideal to get like wedged in a small space where I can just set up a bunch of hazards. And that was a very clean first level. I think ideally I want to pop my ability relatively early for this one. I got hit by just like a random raindrop from that AoE that was going across. I got trapped. I tried to see if I could throw in a gadget back to stop him, but I wasn't quick enough. Although apparently that was enough to win. I gotta get through the last floor with pretty much just what I have, and no doubts. Deal with this big guy with the arms, because they're a problem. I needed like an extra life or enough to get another charge. Getting rid of the big guy seems to be a good play there because they do have like the sniper type shot. I guess one thing I can check for this one. I can do a short charge, which lets me, like, fire it more quickly. I do have a decent charge speed right now, but there's probably better ones that just aren't dropping. Because even with the boosted charge speed, it still feels kind of slow. Let's maybe go for another dungeon. Either I just need like more gadget uptime, or I need more bow damage so I'm just like passively getting more boss kills. Yeah, those levels give me like 500 and then whatever I get from the drops. And they're pretty quick. Also, surprisingly decent experience. Although the amount of damage I get from levels is kind of nothing at this point. Like, I feel like for any other level except for like the final gauntlet, like level just kind of doesn't matter and I can get through it without issues. Like, I don't think that 2 damage is doing a whole lot. And the 2 HP is definitely down because I get like 3 shot no matter what. Like, I feel like I would need so many levels for it to make a difference in terms of hit points. I guess like maybe the damage one is nice because they do scale off a percentage. Let's clear all of these second tier ones, then we'll try the main dungeon again. Because all of these are relatively quick. Also, I vaguely remember for these enemies, it's almost better to like shoot the missile thing when they're open, if I remember right. Unless they change that. There was something you can do where you can like shoot the missiles for bonus damage. Unless that was only in 3 and they changed in this one, but I should probably check their tips. I guess ideally if I were to upgrade every part, gadget part that I currently have equipped, it is like a flat, I think 6 to 12% boost per part. So maybe those could be like the huge gains that I need to really get through this. Problem is with those, they're like always at least increments of 10,000 materials. Like I could upgrade the 5-star direct hit damage on that one, but it costs 30,000. And also 3 of the other gems. I'm assuming that's the best one that I can get for that, but I can't really tell because I did have to craft it, but I don't know if they can just drop. Like I'm assuming it's the best one because of where it is. I could go for the 20,000 of that one to see if I can get a damage boost and also more lines. Now let's clear out all these second ones still. And then I'll see what we can scrap and maybe try to grab that one. And there's that one then. I feel like all the like salmonoid like material parts that I'm getting are kind of nothing. Like I feel like I'm getting so many of them it probably doesn't matter. Which makes like the 10 that I get for getting the chest kind of feel really bad. See how our extra weapon collection's going. About 4,000 there. I think this is the last one of these, and then it's just the 3rd tier. And we got him. That one just seems to be a one enemy damage check. Yeah, if there's 100 floors of this one, I feel like this could get real rough. Unless I find a way to scale up faster. First level done, no lives lost, and full charge going into the second. I think I'm gonna try to save my charge until I'm like at a point where I need to like not die. Great. So, last floor of this, 3 lives, but not full charge. Yeah, the big guy there is a problem for me. Yeah, we won. I don't know fully what changed there, but that seemed like a very clean run. Like, it feels like there's like a couple things where if I were to get an upgrade for them, it just kind of makes the run easy. That could be enough parts to scrap to get the thing I need, but I feel like I'm gonna be a little bit short. About 7,000, and then I get another, I think, 12% damage buff on my lines. I'm guessing max level is probably 100, but I'm almost to the point where these now just out-level all of the other regular levels. I think if I got those power eggs, I could have charged and saved myself. Exactly know what kills I got that got me over the edge, but we got it. I'm guessing like some enemies behind me got killed by just the random like lasers I had placed. I'm trying to save my charge until I like really need it. And there's that one done. Last level with 2 lives and no charge. So basically I need to use 1 life to get as much charge as I can, and then hopefully I just get through. This is kind of a really problematic level. There's just too many deals around. That one I feel like I need to get to the 3rd level with a full charge. Because that mini-boss with all the eels around is just too much of a problem. Especially because they can like take up half the map just with that one boss, and if I touch any part of them, I get damaged. I got trapped. Everybody's in that corner. That's a couple problems for me. Because it means that all the eggs are there that I need to win. For this one, I might want to either be real aggressive so I have to pop the charge early. Now hopefully I can get a charge ready for the next floor when I need it. And we got to the next level. With a full charge, but only one life. And there's a win. Yeah, pretty much just starting that one with a full charge to get rid of the mini boss in the middle was what I needed. And then the rest of the level was easy. Gave me a bunch of junk. I think like the one nice part about those is it does give me more materials to upgrade, like with the weapon powers. I do kind of like that one conceptually, but I don't have anything to freeze at the moment. Can make Scourge past nearby enemies, but I would need something to Scourge. Like, I think if I get enough upgrades on my lasers, then those do get the ability to freeze. What is the max level freeze on these? $20,000 with an 8-star, so I would need... I think this one is pretty much maxed at the moment. Actually, no, it has 2 slots open, so I need to find a way to get 6 slots open in order to get that. I could upgrade the lines there. Victory cooldown seems like it's too good to pass up, and I do get at least one more thing I can equip. Like, getting direct hit damage upgraded would probably be another good one. There's a few that I can probably upgrade to squeeze that in. Which I just need materials. So let's try out the next level. Almost halfway through the final gauntlet. That was just kind of a little bit of bad luck there. The snipers are just kind of on me. I needed to get them out of the way. Oh, we'll win the floor, but I'm probably gonna lose the overall. I just wasn't responsive enough to the snipers in the area. got to that level somehow. I think this layout just works well with my gadgets. Then I have to get through whatever this level is with no lives and just a charge. And we won. Don't know how we managed to pull it off, but we take those. I feel like the point when I'm gonna really start seeing scrap come in is if I somehow randomly get like all of the gadget parts that can drop. I mean, that's actually not a bad pickup, but it is kind of a not particularly exciting one. Because it gets me closer to the 30,000 I need. But I would rather have like a relic so I can just get more outright. I don't know if that'll save me a lot of points, but it will give me immediately more damage and lines. It actually cost me 1 point, but I do get 2 extra lines and more damage. It feels like just hard focusing one gadget is maybe the way to go, because it's just too expensive to go for multiple ones. So this one now does more damage, and anytime it kills enemies, it has shorter cooldown. I couldn't get back on the ledge. But also he won the floor, so I guess it doesn't matter. Traded a life for a win, and I get to keep my full charge. kind of in a corner, so I wanna not be in the corner. There's that floor done. And we're halfway into our next charge, with still 2 lives. If I grab those 3 eggs, I win. And we got it. Nice when I get a 1 and done. Yeah, maybe I was wrong and I should just go for getting a gadget upgrade because the damage boost is just too good. And we'll just keep going. Almost to floor 50, and I think there's 100. I'm actually like kind of hitting a point now where I'm just killing enemies faster than they're spawning in, which is not been happening until like just now. Like I'm getting a moment to breathe, I'm not just constantly being swarmed. I think those gadget upgrades are actually paying off. I do think getting the bow one wasn't bad, but gadgets are kind of making a difference. Because I can use gadgets and then just wear them down to the bow and the gadgets finish them off and then like recharge. I saw the smoker coming in, but I couldn't get away. I have no idea how I lived through that, but we'll take those. I just didn't get enough eggs. I think there was a bunch towards the middle there that I didn't see. So ideally I want to save up to 30,000 so I can get another upgrade on my line ability. This does feel like I'm just kind of mashing my head against the wall, and if I happen to get through, that neat, or I just get enough materials randomly that I'm able to keep going. I really like where I am there. What we got through the floor. And even got a little bit of extra charge. That's another win. So going into last one with a full charge. And also 2 lives. And we won. That was a very clean run. Especially that last floor. long range or tactical boosted. I want to use that one, but I feel like I don't get enough chances for long range. Nice amount of scrapped parts there. Go take a peek. Even though it says we got more weapon guide stuff, I don't actually see anything. Still missing one scroll, which I'm assuming is like at the end of this one. Need quite a few weapons still. Okay, so for this one, because I think it was in the preview, or in like Splatoon 3, you could attack the missiles and it would cause the missiles to explode. For this one, it says missiles are immune to all damage. I think I'm still at the point of waiting up for the 30,000 so I can get that one upgrade. Because if I get one upgrade and then I get an upgrade on freeze, then that should maybe lower it enough that I could squeeze it in somewhere. Enough damage there. Gonna pop this in safety because I was getting in a little bit of a weird spot. And there's a level 1. I'm not really sure what upgrade pushed me over the edge, but it does seem like some upgrade I did has made a huge difference. I just couldn't get away. I just needed to kill one of those enemies who were there. All scrapped for like a couple hundred. I'm looking for 30,000 still. Like the first floor there went well, and I'm not exactly sure. Like, I think I just wasn't getting enough boss kills there for the second one. Bomb enemies are kind of a problem on this floor. That's kind of the only enemies who seem kind of iffy. Because they don't stand out much, and also they do a ton of damage if I get caught. I think this one's just a loss because I took a death too early and now everything's kind of awkwardly placed. This one, I don't really know how to deal with the ones that start off with me like on a big slope. Because it feels like I can't really get my gadgets to work quite right on there. And then I need to figure out like where the actual enemy is, so I need to focus on. Yeah, I feel like the missile enemies are the bigger problem here. Missile or the bombs? That was a very good explosion there. I just need to pick up nicks that dropped and I basically win. And I didn't use my charge there. It's really hard to get a line up there. Couldn't get out of the way of the AoE. But also I win if I pick up like 2 of these eggs that are here. So I traded 1 life for a win, basically. We still have a full charge. Yeah, it's like one of the worst enemies. Actually, I don't have a full charge, I have a partial charge. I just kind of panicked because of the time dropping. Like, despite the end panic there, that actually was a weirdly decent run. And generate welcome. And thanks for the good luck. I will definitely need it with some of these dungeons. Got stuck there, but it's fine. Just need to clear out a path to these eggs. Then we're done with this floor. I figured out a good way to get rid of these UFOs with a bow. Unless they'll get the perfect height. Corners. I feel like I have to just really lock in to get out of this. Couldn't get away from the shockwave. But there's another floor down. I don't have full charge, but I have to get through this floor with 1 life. There's a bunch of enemies done. I couldn't get away. I think I slightly overcommitted to that last bit, trying to get the missile guy. I might have enough scrap to get 20,000, but I think I need 30 still. How much does it cost to make the last freeze? Because I think that was an expensive one. So last freeze is also 20,000, but I would have to nerf how much it costs in order to make it work. I think the move is distill. Apparently I actually don't have enough of the strong arm items to get the last upgrade on that one. Try this floor one more time and then I might go try to hunt down some of those. Or just do some of the side dungeons to get some more random points. It seems like for the UFOs, I just kind of have to bait them down and then try to get a knockout there. There's a bunch of progress there. I need to do this to win. I'm too low on time and too low health. So we got through that one, but I did have to burn my charge. get rid of that smoky enemy, but I just got caught. A little bit too slow there. I should have maybe just popped the super. But I was hoping I could just get enough small enemies that I could win. So about 10,000 until I can get the upgrade I want. A little bit, I'll center for that. Get some ammo refilled. Let's not take it back here and just take a win. I think if I tried to escape and just go for the exit, I didn't realize how many were over there. But I also got low health and needed to get away. Also, if I beat this particular dungeon, then I'm over halfway through the final dungeon. Play it safe, even though I might have been able to get through, but I don't want to be on one life going into the final level. So no charge, but I got 2 lives. I don't remember if I got to this one before. I did. This is the kind of annoying enemy. Yeah, definitely not getting away there. I'm just taking too much damage. I just couldn't get enough damage going on those. I felt like I was getting too pinned down by the big eel. 8,000 until the next upgrade. I think the next upgrade does give me like a flat 12% buff. I think I want to try a different level for a bit. I'll try getting rid of some of these. This will also give me some gems, which I might need later. It immediately just feels so different whenever I go into a lower level than I'm just melting enemies. If I wasn't so focused on just trying to clear out levels I haven't done, I would maybe consider doing online to try to get some bonus materials. These ones should go pretty quick. Was a little bit too late at my charge. And we won. A whole bunch of stuff to dismantle there. I'll do side dungeons until I hit the 30,000 mark. which that pays probably like 3 of them. Managed to get rid of one of the annoying enemies, but I was stuck. Got rid of the mini boss, which is a good pick. I should have activated my super. Also, if I get up there, I basically win. I thought that was going to be enough, but I guess I'm like one enemy short. I kind of forgot that that was first levels. That feels slightly bad to lose 2 full lives there. Take out this enemy, then we're done. Another level up for like 2 extra damage. Unless that is multiplied and I just am not sure. Gonna cheese down the boss because why not? And there's a win. And a few more things to scrap. That might be enough to push me over the mark I needed. I do kind of wish I had the better version of this, because I feel like that could really help my build. think as far as gadget cooldowns, those are the ones that I probably have the best versions of. That's enough to get the 3,000 or 30,000. Other than I don't have the parts I need for it. So instead, we'll develop a new one. If I could get that one and get it upgraded, that would probably very much help my damage. I think just focusing all of my materials into upgrading that one gadget is probably the best because it just creates a hallway where I win. Let's go back and try this, and if I don't win in like 2 or 3 attempts, I'll see if I can find the materials for that one thing. Strong arm enemies are a bit rare, so that makes sense that that's the only one that I don't have all the parts for. Gonna play the safe. And there's a win. I got a little bit stuck there. I got stuck again. And I didn't activate my charge in time. We'll try that again. I think I've gotten to the last floor of this one, but it's just kind of iffy the whole way through. bad shots on my part there, but it's fine. I got stuck in a weird camera angle. I think that's probably death. I was one egg short, but if I had... I was hoping I could finish off those enemies and get the few that I saw I could pick up. It feels like it's almost better for this build to definitely try to get the high ground, but then they spawn snipers in the low ground. And then I just have to deal with that. Good save there. It will cost me my charge, but we're definitely gonna win now. At least win this floor. Then I think I need to try to save my charge for the third floor, ideally. The smoke wave came in at like the worst possible time. And bad luck there. And pop this or I lose. But didn't get enough eggs. That one I feel like I may have stayed back too long and the deaths kind of chain reacted to me losing. But we'll try again. Then I'll try something else to see if I can get some upgrades elsewhere. They need to be making more use of that jump. I didn't realize that this was not the end of the map. That was a little bit too close. Just kind of finding where like eggs drop that I can pick up. I think getting rid of the smoker actually did really help just use how many things I have to keep track of. And ducky luck thing. I did Platinum Kwame too. I will say Kwame 2 is probably still one of my higher rated ones. You're playing PS5 edition. I do kind of wish I could have played that version, but I didn't want to lose all of my save progress. And I don't really want to do it again, even though I did enjoy the game. And one. They did a lot of stuff in the game and it's amazing. Because I never really did look at the upgrades. I am curious because one thing I do know about the speedrun is that there's like some kind of memory leak issue or something where if you play through the story too quickly, it like crashes like a 3/4 of the way into the game. And I wonder if they figured out what that was and fixed it. That was a very small money buff. It's like a new game with all the upgrades. At least the upgrades are substantial because I feel like people would be really upset if it barely changed everything, but you lost your save file and had to like replace an older version. Although people probably weren't happy with that anyway. But I could see it being much worse if the game barely changed. How far into the plat are you? As in, for Kwami 2? Because that one I'm done. Or do you mean for this? Because this is a Switch game. Dear Christ, this is the Mahjong. Mahjong is probably rough to explain. I guess it depends on what you're going for. Yeah, played Mahjong like a year in your fresh brain. I would say if you're trying to just warm up, get rid of all 1s and 9s. And then just try to go for all simples. Is that the most reliable way to win? But it's an easy way to win that's easy to remember. And go for any special tiles included. That was a whole lot of things that hit me all at once. I really don't want to activate this, but I kind of have to because I'm stuck. Because if you're looking for like free scoring things, if you get either the wind that matches your seat or any of the dragons, that's a free point, and then you can just kind of make whatever hand. But if you don't have those, then you have to go something like all simples. And all simples are just any tile that's numbered 2 to 8. I got knocked into a whole bunch of enemies. I think I'm gonna die unless I get an egg. I don't know what hit me so hard that it like knocked me over and put me in damage mode. Or danger mode. Let's try that one again. Does so much damage immediately. Did consider just immediately going for a restart. So I think I angled my one gadget wrong, so that guy kind of just got away. Like, the main thing with this is I need to, with my current build, is I need to kill enemies before I hit danger, because then I get a full heal and free ammo. So it's kind of a DPS race of me versus them. That was kind of bad for pickups. We're gonna try that again. That was just a really rough first round. I don't exactly know. I think I just didn't get the enemy down who I needed. Really nice spot for that to spawn, actually, when there was like no enemies around. It wasn't quite quick enough to get to the sniper. A little bit too close, but we got there. Good placement on the birds for me. You discard. DM all your friends who know Mahjong. I'm just gonna play this a little bit safe. I actually got half of the level there. If I hid... Y'all are speaking to one person because they started Tarkov. Tarkov seems like time. Tarkov seems like a particular brand of sweaty that I just don't have any interest in getting into. Granted, I'm not big on shooters in general. Drag his life at least until I finish up Stranger in Heaven, then I just have to wait a year until they make like 3 new games. Did I play out all the current titles? I did not. I still have 4 left, counting Fist of the North Star. That was close enough that I'm gonna try that again. Did like the Coliseum grind in Yakuza 5. My thing with Yakuza 5 is like most of it wasn't bad, it was just long. So this run is maybe not it. If I could have gotten over to those eggs, I could have maybe gotten to the next level, but I think that was just a bad run. That's why I hear a storm starting outside. Although it doesn't seem like it's quite here yet. I got some uplift there, but I couldn't get away. I got really lucky there. I was in danger, so I couldn't get away. And I got hit there. They pushed me down health-wise just enough that I couldn't make through. I'm gonna make this the last one before I go pivot to another level, to at least knock out some more of the side ones. Actually, I got hit by a random missile that was left. Pop that for safety. This one feels very iffy, just kind of the whole way through. I think it feels like the second floor, I just have like no idea what I'm supposed to be focusing on because there's like no obvious like rough enemies anywhere. I got knocked into one who was down below. There's that level done, but I have no charge in one life. So unless this floor is easy, I might be in trouble. It was this floor, which is a whole bunch of bombs and a big guy who does a bunch of damage. I was hoping I could get those 3 boss enemies who spawned in, but I just didn't quite deal enough damage quick enough. I think I need at least 20,000 before I can get any major upgrades. Let's swap to a different dungeon. Like this one. I think if I get maxed out on most of my gems, that'll at least set me up for later. Yeah, I don't really like using AI for anything, mostly because half the time it's just kinda wrong. Also, it's just kind of Also, I would not trust any type of AI to understand Mahjong explicitly. I just couldn't quite get enough eggs there. And I don't exactly know what happened. Also, that looked like a new item that I have not seen before. I might be in trouble. Because I missed my jump and I got stuck. Rough time to get, not gonna water. This might be too high level for me. But we got through the floor, but I'm not confident about the next one. I think the ice here is also kind of weird to work around. Because if I fall down in the pit there, then everything else just kind of falls in. And we somehow got through that. I think that particular floor is much better for my build. I forgot that this was the sniper one. I couldn't see, but also I definitely wasn't getting that one. The sniper level with no lives and no charge was probably not happening. Theoretically, if I can beat this level though, I should be able to easily clear the one I'm on, because I think this is higher level than the one. If I just managed to grab that egg before I got the hit that pushed me into danger, I think I would have been fine. We got through that floor with a full charge, so if I activate the charge early enough, I can just kind of cheese this one a bit. Me, the eggs, and I win. This one's kind of a measure of how quickly I can get rid of the snipers or just cheese the guy in the middle. Yeah, we won. Also, they just naturally dropped a gem, so I got double gems there. $5,000 scrap for that one is nice, so if I get like the 5-star ones, then I just get huge gains of materials. So pretty much the whole measure of how long this whole final thing will take me is pretty much how many dupes I can get that give me like thousands of points. Can't really tell what type of item that is, but it sort of looks like the one I needed for the upgrade. That was my bad. I got a little bit too greedy with that charge. Everybody. Apparently I got another 5-star weapon drop, which doesn't really help me. Ozbobber is not the one I needed. That could be enough scrap for the 30,000. Not quite. So if I wasn't so dead set on getting this one gadget upgraded, I would probably pour everything into bow. Gonna do a lower level one to try to get some quick scrapping parts so I can get to the 30,000. Because even though I can't upgrade the exact one I want, if I can at least like make progress on another one, I'll be in better shape. This will probably give me enough materials to get 30,000. Then I go to the button for a second there. I'm gonna try to get extra boxes when I can, because those are either free materials or free drops. Although I think I got like all of the unique collectibles. Another small one. A few hundred shards there. I'll say if I do manage to get my freeze combo set up on lines, then I think I'm mostly going to be set after that. Largely because I think that'll give Bo like the extra damage it really needs to just melt things. It also gives me a bunch of safety because then I don't have to worry as much about random enemies swarming me. Because the ideal chain that I'm going for, as far as build, is my lined gadget will freeze enemies on contact or with a certain percent chance. If it kills bosses, its cooldown is reduced, and then Bo will cause them to explode if they're frozen. But there are several things I need to make that work, all of which are very expensive in terms of upgrades. Unless I want to take just like a pure damage reduction to get it set up faster, and hope that like it pays off more than the damage loss. That was a nice, relaxed level to get through. Hopefully it got me something. Definitely got me enough points to get a thing, because nothing's more expensive than 30,000. I need strong arms, tongs to get that one upgraded. Do I have one space open on it? I do have one space open, so I could upgrade that one for more focus, and it keeps the damage. I think I would rather upgrade something else first and save that for later. If I could upgrade freeze, that would be also tempting, so I can get the better freeze immediately. I have enough materials, but I don't have enough parts now. I'm gonna go ahead and make that one. Either I need to upgrade that one so it'll directly replace and upgrade that one. I'll basically break even with it though. Or I need parts to get the other ones. I think those are tongs. Tongs would give me 2 more points to work with. which would either let me put in the one I just made or just get me closer to freeze. I fell off the platform. There was no way I was getting anywhere from there. We got through the early section with... It's bad that I lost a life already, but I think it could be worse. This seems to be just kind of preset. Fell off the edge again. I got bounced off them. I tried to see if I could sneak around and I should have just taken the line. Or just waited until I naturally won. I know there's at least 2 crystals I gotta get through, so this is kind of an awkward spot. Like if I didn't get out of there, I was gonna be taking another death. Let me be right back. 1 second. There, we're back. Just wanted to make sure there's not like a ton of rain just pouring in. Although that lightning was also real loud and it seemed like it might have gotten picked up. Another random gem. I was hesitant about using those, but if they're just gonna drop off of completely normal enemies, then maybe it's fine to use them. I do still only have like 9 though. I don't want to risk going back for that. So we got a full charge, and I'm pretty sure this is the last section. As long as I don't randomly fall off the edge, I think we won. I think the 3 stars usually have decent payout when I scrap them. No. That looks like the tongs I need. Strong arm tongs. Now I need 30,000 points to get the upgrade. I'm at least reasonably sure 20 was more than what I needed. Not quite enough materials, but we are pretty close. About 7,000 away. We're gonna go ahead and go for this floor again until I get the 30,000 or until I win. this, but I am gonna just try to play it safe because it was getting a little bit weird there. I think I could have maybe just kind of kept hopping around, it would have been fine. But I was worried about the eels and the missiles building up. I think that's fine, because it looks like there might be enough eggs for me to just win, unless I get, like, really stuck somewhere. So last floor with 2 lives and a full charge. I just need to pick up 1 egg with its life, and then I win, and there's an egg right there. And we got there. It was an incredibly small gain. I don't think I got a whole bunch there or at least not enough to push me to the next thing. I've almost cleared half of what I had left. That was a weirdly smooth floor. I felt like the enemies weren't spawning in super fast. Or like in a way that it became a problem. That's fine, because I'm almost done anyway. In fact, I think if I get those 3 eggs, I win. So last floor with full charge and 2 lives. I don't know what I changed in my build, or if I'm just getting really lucky. Everyone, that was a little bit too close. Like, I thought I was definitely gonna get taken out of that one danger time. And that was last life with not enough charge. But I managed to just find a bunch of eggs available. Still feels bad that I'm finding like 1-star drops in like level 70 areas. Another 12,000, so that's definitely enough for the upgrade. And now I just need shards to get that one. I need drill bits to get that one. I'd say cooldown reduced might be nice, but it's almost a case where it's a little bit overkill with all the cooldown reductions I have. Other than I would just be pelting them with many lines. Floor 60 if I get through this one. kind of wish like that one charge gadget was good enough to just take out the UFOs in one hit, but it's not. Not even really 2 hits. I got a little bit too aggressive there going for that egg. I figured if I had to use my charge at that point, it probably wasn't worth it. Like, it's nice to see 5 stars, because it means if I get a duplicate of the 5-star, it's like 5,000 points. I don't know if that was my first death, but it was my first. They body blocked me from the egg, but also I ran out of time. I couldn't get away there. This is probably not it. Yeah, I wasn't getting either enough kills, and I took too many deaths. I'm gonna give this one more go, and then I'm gonna switch levels. I think I might need to prioritize freeze a bit more. Good time as I did, just absolutely swarmed by a bunch of eels. So we finally got through that floor. Hopefully the next two are easier. The one thing I kind of dislike about Big Man's thing is I don't think he can charge off of the eggs that I pick up while doing his super. Kind of a bad time to use that, but I needed to not die there. Because I only needed to kill like one enemy and I was done. At least I have 3 lives for this one. Everyone. Didn't expect that to take out 2 of my lives there, but at least we got through it. I was hoping that those bigger guys are going to go down faster so I could just get a ton of eggs. But they were more sturdy than I would have liked. So that's floor 60. Very underwhelming pickup there because those are now like turning into regular drops. Another 11,000 material banked. I do now have enough to upgrade the range to get that one reduced. Still need drill bits for that one. I think that was for clearing floor 60. If this wasn't upgraded, I would consider trading it for something else. I think I want to take off duration to try freeze to see how that changes things. But shorter does more damage, but it freezes. And I'm curious if freeze is going to make enough of a difference that I don't have to worry as much about it. Although I couldn't get the best freeze. Just a random missile from the enemy over there. I just needed like 8 eggs to get through that, but that went really well. So the freeze chance seems to be kind of low. But it seems like it didn't make much of an impact on like how long it was lasting. I got just enough charge, but I died before I could activate it. If I picked up both eggs or got credit for them, I would have won. Like, I feel like the freeze isn't bad, it's just not activating enough to be worthwhile. Try to see if I could activate the UFO on the eel, but not quite. Well, we won the level, but it was a bit close still. And I lost both a life and a shard to get through it. We win, but I did have to burn my charge. I mean, I guess I didn't have to. I could have tried to bail this way and it would have been fine. But in order to lock it in, I felt like that was the safest way. That was not where I wanted to fall. I think if I had gotten like a few more eggs there, I would have been fine, but I was in a bad spot. I think if I scrap my weapons, that might be another 30,000. 1,000 short. So if I upgrade Freeze, I'll be able to equip it and it'll get a damage boost. Then I guess I'm working towards Duration up again. So one more run, win or lose, should be good unless I like really lose. Have a good night. The bags are hanging out. And there's another floor done. Another random 5-star weapon. Maybe play this one a bit old. That's maybe a little bit too bold. If I just managed to get away to grab those eggs, I think I would have won. To get another random level 5 thing. I think because I got that though, and that's the only drop I got, I didn't get enough to scrap for the upgrade. I think the idea is I just need to get like one gadget that has every one of the like 12% buffs. And then I just kind of do so much damage that whenever that gadget is active, I win. So right into the other enemy. And I was charging, so I couldn't get away. I'm pretty sure I had to pop charge to even have a chance with the way that was set up. This is not a great shape one, but we'll try to get what I can. I should have just kept going. Also, I didn't get the knockouts I needed. And Exoda, welcome in. That is enough to get a upgrade though, so I can get the best version of Freeze. Other than I need more of those to get it. Yeah, Bottomless is a time. It feels like I just don't get enough rewards to scale up fast enough, even if I were to do every other level. But I do need to see if I can find one that drops those parts I need. I think that's the one. You're stuck at 40 to 42. I'm just hit 60. Yeah, they definitely made this quite a grind. I think the grind would not be as bad if there wasn't like 80 variations of parts, because the parts getting scrapped feels like a big way to get a bunch of shards really quick from like individual items. But getting every variation of part is kind of its own grind. Ran out of time there because I don't think I had quite the... I think I need to get off of Big Man for that particular level. I did get 5 of the things I needed anyway. I think this is a fry one. I'll say so far I haven't run out of gems yet, but shards are kind of the big problem. And we got there. I think that gives me enough for the max level freeze. It'll be another 12% damage. What's the path of gearing for beating Bottomless? I haven't actually looked up any builds, I just kind of have stuck with tactical the whole thing. The main thing seems to be you need to get one gadget that can just do crowd control. So the one I've decided on is High Fiver. Because you just place it down. Anytime I take out a boss, it gets a reduced cooldown. And then it's gonna freeze and deal damage constantly. And every time you upgrade a part you have equipped, it gives it like 12% more damage, which I think scales faster than the weapons. I considered like going very hard into weapons, but I think gadgets just scale up too fast to make it worthwhile to upgrade weapons. Unless you just don't have any new parts you can use. Let's try this again. I should have checked if I had enough space to equip something else, but I think the upgrade only gave me enough room for one. I do think like anything that reduces gadget cooldown is probably gonna be overall quite good. There's just too many enemies to not be going for more gadget hits. That was a little bit too many enemies there. Also, I forgot to swap back to Big Man. Yeah, I think Big Man also is basically just the panic button that lets you win floors. I kind of like the tactics ones just because I can basically just be very passive. Although I do think status ailments are like a late game thing that will probably make a huge difference. Like the ability to just like freeze a boss who's in front of you and then just get a win is really good. Or there's like Scorch, which lets you like deal extra damage and you can spread it to other enemies. But I don't know how well Scorch damage scales, which is the other problem with that one. this feels like the hardest floor of the two, the two that I've seen. It's also because it starts me in a weird spot and there's not a whole lot of spawns. I should see if I can swap out my weapon ability, because I don't think the movement one does me enough favors. Like, this is kind of the one that I want to go for, where frozen enemies take 3 times damage. Because if I can get like a full charge hit on a frozen enemy, I'm pretty sure that guarantees I one-shot them. And then I'm just kind of building for like duration with my weapon after that. Because I figure like even like the level 1 being 3 times is quite a big buff. Also, yeah, big man super is just kind of too strong for this. Pretty much, if you can get to like the 3rd floor with a full charge, you kind of guarantee a win, especially if you have 2 lives at least. Flyfish got me there. And bad luck there. I got a little bit too aggressive trying to get that knockout. There's that level done. I have a full charge going into the last one, but only 1 life. I need to save it until I get danger, ideally. That was too much at the end. I was keeping good pace there. I didn't see if my charge was about ready. Let's maybe see if I can get that shard put in. Was you at the same floor to help? I kinda thought you couldn't call for help in these ones. Unless I'm misremembering. I think you can do co-op, but not call for help. And I think for co-op you need like at least 3 people. Or I thought you need 3 people. Unless that was just for like the random lobby that I had. That was just a unlucky knockback there. This floor seems to be the toughest one for this particular like stage. It just takes too long to build stuff up and the enemies are too spread out. Like, it feels like I'm supposed to go to the middle so that it lets more enemies spawn in, because it seems like they don't spawn in if I stay on one side. Or they're too slow crossing over. Unlucky random small enemy there. Got hit by the explosion because I got hit by something else into them. Well, we won, but it costed me 2 lives and a full charge. Also, this is the floor that has hazards in it, so I can't even really just hang out in the middle. And so like when the freeze works on, say, those enemies, that's just an AoE kill on everything nearby. And they got my last life. Congrats on getting into the 40s. I think my issue with this is I'm also not getting many drops, so pretty much all of the extra currency I'm getting is from low-level scraps. I actually don't know what the daily bonus is. I've only done I only did enough online matches so that I could get the outfit, and then I just kind of never did them again. Mostly because my goal is just to, at most, I want to finish every level. I think using charge to get through this level is fine, especially if I have 3 lives. I wish the post 50 levels were a bit better, because I just think 2 attack and 2 health is not a big enough improvement. Many small enemies there. I missed. And I didn't see the small enemy there. Didn't want. I have to activate that where we currently are. Well, at least we're on the last floor, but I have no charge and 1 life. That was the wrong way to bounce. I thought that there was a gap in the wall there that I could hide in, but I was wrong. 1500 points for a scrap there. If I don't get through the first floor safely for this one, I might dip to another level to try to grind out some other stuff. Yeah, I think I need Big Man for Area 3 because of the Big Moz. But I think Big Moz is a little bit too much of a problem, and it's also a bunch of eggs if I can knock them out. So this is kind of the deciding floor as to how easy the rest of it is. I mean, I think that's overall fine because at least all the eggs are bunched up. I didn't realize I was standing in an AoE. Go even back a bit. Have a good food. Yeah, that floor isn't as bad, but it goes bad really quickly. Because like the idea is I need to basically circle around and then drop it down so that I lose everybody. But then I have to go back at some point to get all the eggs, and that's where all the enemies are grouped up. Never see an eel here. I don't know what happened. Almost got through without needing to use that, but I don't want to risk the danger there. Three lives going into this one's pretty much the same as before though. I'm getting better at that first floor, which is nice. I'm about to end up in a bad spot, so I wanted to activate that. A little bit of charging into that one, but at least we have 3 lives, so I pretty much just need to move inward so I don't get caught on the edge. Couldn't get away. Need like a little bit more ink to get away safely. I need like 1 charge. I was hoping the Big Maw was going to give me the charge, but it didn't, so I got stuck in the corner. Like, if I had gotten the charge there, I would have probably won. Really lucky freeze. I think if I had just got a little bit of a harder hit there, I would have probably won that against that group. I should have just popped the super. But I figured if I couldn't win there with what I had, then I probably wasn't gonna get through the rest. 2 lives in the first floor is a bit too much. I got stuck over here. I was trying to cross over so I could go for the smoker. But we got through that time. I did lose a life though from getting stuck on one side. I couldn't get away because of the slowdown. Yeah, that slowdown was very badly timed, and I just kind of got whacked. I think part of the thing I dislike this is there isn't like a really good side dungeon that I haven't completed that like drops things I need. Like, it's pretty much the same stuff I would get here, which is just like weapon or gadget parts that get scrapped. Like, ideally, the next thing I want to get is that range up upgraded. Because that would make it so that I can just get potentially like more points than something else. Did my order wrong there? There is like somewhat of an argument if I should just leave the UFOs up to like try to grind out enemies, but these enemies aren't like the bosses most of the time. And we got through that floor again. Same condition as before, one life down and charge empty. I just couldn't get away. And dead. I think if I had got one more power egg, I could have maybe pulled through. This is a tough level. Like, this one in particular is tough. And it's a combination of the enemies and the layout. Like, I feel like the second floor is the one that's more made for my kit. That's a case where I think my weapon just isn't strong enough by itself to deal with a lot of these little enemies, because I'm not one-shotting them. Bad luck there, because I like froze everybody, but I didn't get a chance to get a kill off of it. Okay, pop this or I lose. Like, multiple of those big enemies who throw the bomb are kind of the thing I need to win, because it's just a free AoE on enemies. If I was killing those smaller bomb enemies faster, that would also work. But I'm just not killing those fast enough, and also they aren't bosses, so it's kind of no reason to, like, focus those. I don't know. I got hit by the shockwave, that's what it was. Really didn't want to activate that, but it's another case where I felt like I had to. We gotta deal with last level with 1 life. And no charge. Like, it feels like it's worthwhile to at least, like, clear the level, because then I get all the pickups that I get. And we won. That was real dicey the whole way through. And a whole bunch of random, like, purple parts, which are very outdated. $13,000 materials there. Then all the ones we scrapped came out to 16,000. So if I get one more gem, I can upgrade that one if I get 30,000 parts. There is a, like, small duration boost I can get. I think right now the 4% damage is better than just narrow lines. We'll just take a small 10% duration buff. Up to 66 if I get through this, so we'll be 2/3 of the way done. I need one of those random floors where I just, like, get it in first try. This is a, other than like the death that I just got, that was a weirdly good start. Everything just kept freezing. I was really hoping I was going to get the charge finish there. So we got to the end of that floor. I'll save it, my charge, until I get to a point where I hit a danger. And another floor done, but I did have to use my charge there because I got caught in a corner. don't know what hit me there. But for like a early attempt, that wasn't too bad. I did get 1,000 scrap just in duplicate parts. Win, but it did cost me a charge. I think there was like a setup there where I could have like maybe dropped down and gotten some kills, but Smoker buffed everybody. Could have maybe tried to get away from that without popping that, but I decided to play safe and just take the win. I think I got a little bit too aggressive there because I started to get a bunch of gadget cooldowns finished. I was really trying to get that freeze flower and it just wasn't activating. I didn't see that mine there till the last second, and I was too late by that point. And there's a win. that was kind of just me needing to stay alive. While I dodged, while I used those, like, random area buffs that I could hit. Like, I needed the explosion, I needed the freezes. And I somehow managed to do enough damage to take out, like, the mini-boss. More gems. Floor 69 if we beat this one. I got hit by the random bird enemy. I wanted those eggs so I could get the charge, but I died going for it. We're going in next floor with a full charge. If I get danger at any point, I'll pop my ability. And we somehow got through without using our charge. We take those. I just needed to get back to the eggs. That was very close. I think I got a little bit too antsy on using my charge move. 2,000 in scraps. but that went surprisingly well overall. Like, getting through an entire floor with basically 1 life and no charge is good. Yeah, we got it, just barely. I figured if I got rid of the sniper, that would be enough, like, nearby that I could grab him. This was the floor that I did very well last time. And we got everything there. I did get a little bit of charge back because I ran out trying to get the last thing. And we won. 69. So, nice progress. Getting into the final 30, then it's true boss, or true final boss. I feel like the true final boss, no matter what, is probably going to be easier than the gauntlet I had to go through to get here. That feels like a very unlucky drop. That said 20,000. That is enough for almost a full upgrade by itself. We're gonna finally get the better focus. I kind of just want a better version of those. The main thing there is I get an extra 4% damage, and also the lines are much more narrow. So I'm at the point in this dungeon gauntlet where everything I'm doing is higher level than anything that is outside of this dungeon. This one has a alright score requirement. The issue is I'm just not getting enough enemies grouped together. We got to the end, but it did cost me a life and a charge. I feel like as long as I can get to 3rd floor with 2 lives, I can make it work as long as I don't just get really messed up. Managed to freeze the eel, but then I got exploded. Bad luck there. I think I'm gonna give this one more go and then I need to be right back for several minutes. I couldn't get away because I got blocked in by a random boss enemy who showed up. And Pokemon Bobby, welcome in. How's it going? Let's get through the level. But it did cost me a life and a charge again. That one I just feel like I spend too much time almost focusing on the eels and I just get kind of stuck on them. Grand gem for this game. Doing alright. The final dungeon is quite rough. As very much demonstrated there. And I couldn't get away. I think the biggest problem with my build at the moment is that I can't be taking like 3 shots to get rid of small enemies like that. But I don't know a good way to stop that except for like pouring an excessive amount of upgrades into weapons. Well, we got through the level at least with a full charge. So as soon as I get into like danger territory, I need to activate that. Oh, like right now. And I ran out of time. Doing a floating build with the torque screw gadget to cluster enemies for explosions. That does seem like a pretty decisive way to get some AoEs in. I'm kind of just trying to build a laser hallway, and then have enemies freeze in it where I deal triple damage when I shoot them. But I need to be right back for like 3 minutes before I continue on. So be back in a minute. And we're back. I'll say I don't think I would try an area build because I'm really bad about using the bot jump. But I could see how somebody would be more incentivized to do it with like the right gadget setup. I got a little bit too excited seeing somebody get frozen there, so I kinda just blanked. And I couldn't get away because I got hit by a random raindrop. And I think I died. Almost up to level like 71 technically. And currently going at level 84. I'm kind of curious if there is like a way to like make it so it stops displaying, say, danger. In terms of like the level of the area, like if there actually is a build that makes it so it stops saying danger, or if it's just you're always going to be low level for these. Or if it's taking into account like the bonus levels that are like not real actual levels, like the +1 for the 50s. I should have popped my charge there, but I got a bit greedy. I think if I popped my charge earlier, I would have been fine. I'm just not sure if it like if I'm 71 in terms of levels right now, or if I'm still level 50. Because when you clear a floor, then it just says like normal. Like even if you were like not anywhere near its level. I got a little bit too greedy with that charge. we got through the level. I feel like that seems to be a common occurrence with the first level, is just getting through with kind of the bare minimum, which is like both charges and 1 life. Definitely is always better to just be in the high ground, because the enemies can just drop down and take a swing at me, and then I am just kind of stuck. Where like if I'm even like a small level up, they can't really do anything. I might need to be right back again because I'm being called again. This will be a much shorter be right back though. And we're back. I'll say, other than getting durability, I feel like I'm at a point where I need to start upgrading weapons again. It is nice that it's back to materials. I'm guessing every 10 is probably when it requires like a shard. Because either I need to upgrade my freeze damage so I can more effectively one-shot, or I need to upgrade weapon damage so I can just deal with everything. I didn't realize they were frozen until it was too late. I think the issue with this level is also that the spawns are up top, so if I like try to go up to like get a height advantage, I have to deal with the enemies that are spawning in. I grabbed that egg, I was gonna activate the charge, but I think this is probably a loss. This is a little bit of an iffy one, because I'm not sure exactly where I need to focus, because I don't get a good look at the upper area. I just know that occasionally like a missile and a sniper spawn in, and a bunch of smokers. That was a lot of panic that I almost got away with. UFO is in a particularly unfortunate spot. I think I'm just not getting enough enemies knocked out at the moment. Which means I probably need to focus on weapon upgrades. I think that's enough for one. Almost enough for two. Like, it's nice that the previous levels gave me, like, percentages as opposed to a flat rate, and I'm kind of wondering if I still get bonuses from the percentages, even though, like, I'm getting, like, 2 damage, if it's actually getting tripled or something. Goodbye, just a random enemy. Those little enemies are a problem immediately. And I got, I think, killed by a smoker. There's just 2 little enemies who happened to be there when I got into danger. And then a smoker who hit me from across the map. Like, I feel like I need to go up and get rid of the one eel who's kind of by themselves. And that's kind of how I need to start this. But there's like some beefy enemies in the way. Like, it feels like I'm just dying too early in this level. I think if it had given me credit for those eggs, I would have at least gotten to the next level. I think I got enough for another weapon upgrade. So to upgrade that one, I need 3 of those and then 10,000, and I get an extra 1 times damage. 2, an enemy who happens to be frozen. I think it might be worthwhile to just try to save up for those, but it kind of depends on the drops I get. That was a weird spot to be in. Again, it just feels like I'm not getting enough eggs. Like I'm either not encountering the boss enemies, or I'm not killing them quick enough. And I feel like part of the problem is that these bird enemies are kind of a problem, and the boss enemies aren't moving quick enough for me to actually catch them. That was a little bit too close time-wise. I felt like I had to pop that. I think I sent my wave the wrong way. Where if I turned around, there was more bosses there who I could have knocked out quicker. Couldn't really see what was happening there. Well, we got through that one with 2 lives and a full charge. So a little bit more optimistic about the next one. So as soon as I get hit with like a danger, or if it feels like I'm not getting enough kills, then we just pop that. I fell back down. I just ran out of time. There's a lot of those spike enemies. Yeah, I think there was a couple parts there where I got a little bit stuck when I really needed to be moving. Like, this one is just kind of like, how quickly can I claim one of the sides? I got surrounded because everything spawned in behind me. couldn't figure out where the end of the eel was. Also, there wasn't a whole lot of boss enemies I saw. I'll say starting off with like 4 eels is a little bit rough, I feel like, no matter what weapon I have, but there's probably like some weapons where you just can't really do this. Unless you like get a perfect setup. Well, I can't see. Like, the issue with the eels is they just shut off all of my escape routes if I don't, like, path right. Sniper, so we lose. This is, it feels like the first level of a lot of these is the toughest one. And then, like, once I'm through the first, then it's not too bad. Which, I mean, isn't the worst option, but it does mean that I feel like I have to get through this without wasting all my resources. I think the big slow enemy is not the one who's giving me the trouble there. I was kind of getting him for an easy egg. I think if I grabbed the power egg, I would have had enough for a charge to save myself. Didn't really want to use that there, but I thought I was going to run out of time. Smoker and the bird enemies are also a rough combo. Just because it's 2 different variations of AoE, one that slowly travels and then one that locks in place. And we somehow got through with a full charge. And 2 lives. So like last time, I'm gonna try to hold out until I get Danger Prompt. Missiles got me, but now I'm in a little better shape. And we won. I just had to take a moment and decompress there for a second. That was a very hectic ending, but we got through. I will say it's not looking so good for me finishing this today. Especially when they keep giving me kind of junk upgrades like that. Like, part of the problem is I just need enough freezes if I want the 1x damage buff, which I feel like could be the one thing that'll push me over the edge. Oops. Yeah, we're 3/4 of the way through, and I've got maybe like 2 good hours that I can commit. Unless I just start first trying floors. The random missile got me, but this was a surprisingly decent start. I think I want to hold my charge now just because like so close to just winning. Back, there it is. Don't like how I used 2 lives to get through that, so we gotta hold my charge until I see like a danger prompt. It's this floor again. Got through, and I activated my charge at a danger point, so it didn't feel like a waste. But I think there was maybe like a better positioning that I could have done there to avoid a lot of the enemies, like go to the other side. Very well. Officially 3/4 of the way done. With this one dungeon. It's like a 3 billion boost there. Which boosted Lifesaver, which is a decent ability, but it's not what I'm using. Getting pretty close to the end. That one went also relatively quick. Need to not get like hard stuck again, and then maybe we can finish up a time. I got caught in the smoker ink. I got a bit greedy trying to get to the other side so I could go back for those eggs. That's probably a situation where I should have just like tried to get to the middle and then bot jump over. But I also didn't expect a bunch of enemies to just come pouring out of that vent. Actually didn't realize how close I was. I just kind of popped the charge because I was in danger. Not the spot I expected to do a mini boss to just spawn in on top of me. how those eggs got over there, but we take those. And I got caught. That was a decent start, but I definitely needed a charge for that stage. So I don't know how I got those extra materials, but we are gonna go cash those in. Like, I do wish that there was like a level where it just stopped dropping, like level 1 things. It just feels bad when I'm doing a level 80 dungeon, I get a 1-star item. Like, maybe it's so you don't like miss out on the collection, but you can just go do other levels. Yeah, that last floor, if I have a full charge, it's an easy win. I couldn't quite get away. This first level is just a little bit weird because I almost don't feel like going for the hazard is the most beneficial. We got through. If I do a charge early enough, I should have a charge to go into the last one. That was too close. I need a little bit of charge, and then as soon as I see the big maws closing in, then we activate it. And they got me. I couldn't get away in time. I didn't see when my final charge was at. We were definitely getting close enough. Like, I think I was at least over halfway done. I managed to get through, but the smokers AoE caught me. Well, we got through with a full charge, but I have to hold it because I'm down to 1 life. So I need to pop it when I get put into danger. Well, we're going into the level with no charge, but it's better than dying there. But I just couldn't get away. I think the thing there is I have to either commit to knocking out the first enemy who shows up, or I need to commit to running. And I don't know which is the better option. I'm also still only getting like 1 weapon upgrade per thing. I guess the thing is, if I knew how much health they were getting, I can know like what type of damage I should be looking for. To see if like it's even worthwhile to just keep scaling weapons. got a little bit too greedy trying to knock out the big guy to get the group hit there. There's that. We're done with 1 life, so at least we're in better shape than last time a bit. I kind of wish they gave me like more area, like gimmicks to work with, like the ice or the explosions. Got caught in too many things because random enemies spawned in again. I missed a couple eggs, and I really needed to go get those. I think I would have still been 1 enemy short, though. I wonder if there is a way that I can scrap the 5-star ones, or if they are actually stuck. I can unlock those, which I did not realize. Anything below level 50 can go. That is 50,000 materials. Like, obviously I want to keep the one that I have equipped. Get another 30,000 back there. Eight upgrades there, and it takes all my gems. I got at least 1,000 explosion damage, but I didn't see what the rest was. Maybe that'll be the push I need to really get through. I guess it was either that or I could have upgraded gadgets for just more damage. Back to one-shotting enemies with a full charge, which is great for me. try to activate my charge, but I was a little bit too slow. Yeah, I think that scrap was the one I needed. Because now weapon upgrade is really just paying off. Yeah, we got there. I didn't get a full charge, surprisingly, but now I should be in better shape just in general. I got a little bit too panicked because I almost died. But that did feel like immediately better gameplay-wise. Like, I would almost say there's almost no reason for me to keep any of the other weapons at this point because they're all just too much effort to level up. Question is, do I want to pour it all into my weapon? I don't think I'm allowed to because I don't have enough gems. Yeah, I need 3 gems to get the next tier. So pretty much I'm stuck at level 79 until I get 3 random gems. Yeah, the biggest problem now is I need gems for pretty much everything. That is now the big, like, stopping point for what I have. I'm gonna try this with the upgrades I just put in, which is like 5 more levels. The problem is I feel like this is still gonna fall off as far as weapons, so I might wanna see. Because it's either I commit to upgrading parts, or I commit to upgrading weapons, or because I'm not sure if I want to go like farm gems, and if I do farm gems, where would I slot them is the question. Those 2 explosive enemies got through, and it was a problem for me. This one, I feel like I'm just getting caught in bad positions. I was like 1 egg away from winning. Yeah, I'm now able to one-shot enemies with like a full charge. Which feels very much better than I was doing before. I got caught in a dangerous spot and going slow. I think we'd have enough charge. Yeah, this one I just feel like I'm getting caught in a bad spot with danger where there's like just an enemy who happens to be right nearby. Like, I feel like I'm getting better at clearing out that first group before everything swarms in, but then, like, I'll just get hit by something random. That time I was hoping I could get the knockout there, but I missed. I'm getting surrounded. And I fell into smoke. Yeah, this one I don't know what's... This one's just kind of rapidly falling apart and runs. I mean, I guess in the long scheme of things, the shards are still gonna be a problem. Managed to avoid a death there. And one. Managed to save my charge too. So either I pop charge immediately or I save it until the next round. That was a little bit too much there. I did feel like I was falling behind in terms of enemies taken out, so I needed to do something. A win and half a charge with 2 lives. That's actually a pretty decent position to be in. Although I fell off the edge at the worst time. And we run. I figured I was safe as long as I didn't fall off the edge again. So was just waiting until enough enemies were around to use that. I mean, it is kind of tempting to go grab one more gem so I can get like 10 more levels. We're gonna try this first, because I might just randomly get another gem. That is enough to get gadget damage if I wanted it. Just a lot of enemies all of a sudden in that one area. I don't like this spot with moths around. It would be nice if more regular enemies drop gems for me, because that would be great. Couldn't get away. And there's that one done. I do have a full charge, but I'm down to 1 life. Although I think this is the last one. And bad luck. I don't know what put me into danger there, but I was hoping I could get the sniper and then make an escape. I feel like there can only be like 10 more levels left. In terms of like how much these scale up, unless like the boss is more than level 100. couldn't get away from the bomb in time, and I went for the double instead. Was not going great. Well, we got through with a full charge again, but down 2 lives again. I mean, that got me to the 3rd floor last time, and then I just kind of lost it. A little bit of it. Unfortunate time to have to use that because I was so close to just winning. I really need to get those snipers out of the way, but I just couldn't escape once the rest of the enemy showed up. And here we go again. I also didn't see if... I don't think scrapping enemies, or scrapping weapons that are upgraded past like level 10 gives me my gems back, but if it did, that would be great. I didn't realize how low my health was there. I should have gone towards the big group of enemies. But I was kind of hoping that there were going to be more by the sniper there. So now that I learned I can just dismantle 5-star weapons, I think it's a little bit better in terms of material farming, because I assume those are going to give me just a bunch. Got hit by the missiles. There's a whole lot of bosses who just got knocked out there, but I think I was in a bad spot. So apparently I found a new weapon. There's all the question of, can I get through the last like 10 levels with maybe a little over an hour? If I managed to get the jump in time, I would be fine. And bad luck there because I got stuck. Yeah, I think I needed to go for the 2 that were set up there because I picked a bad boss enemy. If I lose like 2 more times, I might go for Dungeon for a Gem. Because that'll get me up to another 10 levels. At least it's only first death. didn't like that corner, so we're just gonna take the win. I should have probably used my charge to save myself, but I don't know if I actually had it at the time. I thought I was going to be able to get through those enemies, but the answer was no. I was hoping I could land a freeze there so I could get the knockout and then get the shockwave going. Do one more attempt. Then we'll pivot for 1 gem level, because I feel like with my upgraded weapon, any gem level should be easy. Shooting too high by accident. Couldn't get up the wall. I also didn't realize I was low on time. I would have activated charge earlier if I had saw the time was low. Okay, maybe one more. I would think if I were to get like 6 gems, I could basically be reliably scrapping the 5-star weapons. And I could get my weapon to like level 100, and then that's probably what I need to win. Got caught by the flying enemy. There's just enough random eggs around that I won. I got caught in a bad spot. And we somehow won. With 2 seconds left. There was like just enough eggs, and I think my mech got enough kills somewhere else. I was so close. Needed like one good enemy. I didn't see if I had nearly enough charge for another one. Kind of stopped paying attention to that because I was too focused on getting anything I could. I tried to see if I could get around the corner before them, and the answer was no. That was a gem there. That was a rough go, but we got a gem so I can upgrade my weapon more levels. If that doesn't work, I'm probably gonna get like 3 or 4 levels. Whereas I'm getting the 60s. I'm about in the 80s. Actually, I think I am in the 80s. If I beat the set. And I found out I can scrap 5-star weapons, so I gave a ton of weapon upgrades. That was bad luck. If that smoke wasn't there, I would have probably escaped and been fine. Also, I didn't expect the UFO to be able to hit me that quickly. Can you see my weapon? Sure. Let me just get out of this. How many upgrades is that? That's 2 more. So that's my current one. Let me just pause so I can better look at it. Don't know if there's a way to show it here. There it is. So I was in the 60s, but then I decided to just commit to upgrades, and now I'm up to 80, or basically level 83. So full charge does 30,000 damage, then it gets multiplied by ice, which does seem to easily one-shot boss enemies at this point, and even like regular hits can take out some smaller enemies. I think I need 4,000. I can get an upgrade for that. Got the same bow from floor 60. I think the weapon types, other than the relics, which I did swap in a different relic. Yeah, there's a finite number of weapons, because there is like a completionless thing for getting all the weapons. I'm surprised that didn't just outright kill me there. I do keep frequently forgetting that like the little enemies will just chase me if I fall down. This is maybe a little bit of a waste, but I did need to not die there. tend to play in the air a lot. I feel like I need to play in the air more. The problem is I just don't think about it and things get too hectic. Jump Up has 100 freeze on use. That does sound quite good, especially if you get the boosted damage. I think the only problem is then you end up throwing yourself just into a direction to use it. Yeah, I do know the jumping from the robot is quite useful. And then the gadget snowball. I think my only problem with that one is I end up like running out of ink in the air. And then I just kind of get stuck with a bunch of enemies. Like part of the build that I did do is to make it so that power eggs give health and items or ammo back. I don't really know how good the ink resupplies on those are. I feel like I did. Those are the ones that like sound like they could be good. I just have no metric on how good they actually are. And it costs resources to test things out, or I have to find another weapon with it or another gadget. Like if I was playing optimally, I do feel like being in the air would really help with my charge weapon a lot, and I just don't make nearly enough use of it. I didn't mind a bucket. I definitely like bow was my main in like Splatoon 3. And as far as like this game, I like the option of like being able to spam for AoE. Or the inverse, just charge if I want to take out like a single enemy. That was bad luck. I was trying to go for an air charge, but they knocked me out. Another floor gun. Yeah, the only thing to know about bow is that you use ink as you charge. So if you start a charge with low ink, it'll like charge slower. That was a bad routing on my part. I really want to get over to the sniper mini-boss so I could take them out. But I kinda brought a bunch of little enemies with me, because they just jump off the ledge. I'm up to a point now where it's almost 20,000 per weapon upgrade. But this is the point where I think like going for gadgets is just gonna be more economical. Like I think I need those gadget buffs to get through it basically. And we got through with full charge and full lives. So much better go this time. And another level done. I got a little bit of charge back at the very end, and we're going into the final one with 3 lives. And another floor down. That went surprisingly smoothly. Here we got 14,000 materials. It's just enough to upgrade something, and I would like to probably upgrade this one. I realize I can't really upgrade this one because I don't have any gems. Unless I upgrade multi-shot, but is there a better multi-shot I can craft? No, in fact, multi-shot seems to be a drop. Do I have 3 slots open for that one? I do not. So I would have to upgrade 2 things if I want to get that upgrade in. We're officially in the 80s. I will say if I have to do another stream to finish out the last like 10 levels or whatever of this, then I am probably just going to go for 100% at that point. Got caught in the AoE before I got the kill in. There's definitely 3 gems that I could farm out if I wanted to like lock in a damage upgrade, but I think I need 6 if I want to get a really big damage upgrade. Unless I just assume that I'm never going to get a better multi-shot. Random spring enemy right as I got low health. take a death here, so we'll just take the win. Because I think I can get more out of an extra life than I can the charge. That was kind of stuck. Couldn't quite finish off the eel to save myself. And bad luck. I think I got a little bit too greedy trying to bait out the hit there. And I wasn't quite ready for those bomb enemies to show up. And we got through, and all it cost was one charge. I was going for another charge hit there. Well, we got through, but it costed me both 2 lives and a charge. Something put me in danger and I got kind of stuck with a Maw showing up. Although I did really melt that one enemy. Also, new weapon type. We'll try this once more, and if I get stuck in like the first 2, pretty much my options are either get all the remaining gems and then just pour in whatever upgrades I can. Or I just commit and hope the gems drop. I was really trying to get away there. Also, I ran out of time trying to go for that enemy. Like, if I can kill them quick enough, that's an easy 3 orbs. And also it gets a really annoying hazard off the field, but I don't feel like they spawned in the last time. So I have to commit a lot of resources to knock them out. I got a little bit too aggressive there. Trying to see if I could use the UFO to cheese a bunch of them. I feel like the AoEs that are like just a little small thing that like travel slowly across the field are almost like the more annoying ones because it's hard to account for them. Because like, well, I found out I'm in a circle and I'm in trouble. Also, it's kind of hard to justify upgrading anything on a gadget that's not like an 8 cost 5-star. Because those also give me the biggest buffs. Got caught in the rain again. the enemies were just pushing in very slowly, but like consistently enough that I couldn't do anything to stop them. I basically needed to knock out the big enemy there. And we didn't get enough orbs. Like, I feel like the thing that's changed with these levels that's making them harder is the big boss enemies who drop the orbs I need are just not closing in quick enough, and instead I'm getting swarmed by a bunch of little enemies. I tried to bait out the UFO, but got randomly hit by the other one. Didn't see the shockwaves when I was getting hit by a eel. And we got through that one, but I am down to 1 life again. I got hit by a random missile. I almost got away. I just happened to hit the line I was on. Also, apparently another new weapon type. I did get a gem drop there. I feel like that one is an easy one to upgrade because I think I had to craft that one. That Double Trouble and Blaster I had to craft. But for those I need a gem. For either this one I'm missing a couple different things. This one would give me a bigger buff and more slots. Let's go just get one more gem to get the like 12% damage buff. Like if it takes me too long to get gems, then I might as well upgrade weapon. And we got through there with a decent amount of charge left. So 2700 is a rough start for that one. I missed the 2 orbs there. I tried to get rid of the sniper and then circle back, but I didn't see that I was 2 orbs short. If I end up with like 50,000 points, I'll just throw an upgraded weapon. Actually, I have enough now extra that I can get the boosted ice damage I wanted. Or I can just see if I can get the boosted like proximity damage. And now I got percentage base damage for those. One with close proximity. Is there just an easier gem one, or is that like the easiest one? This is an easier one. Never mind, this is not an easier one. Because this is the one where I have to do the speed challenge. Yeah, I would need to redo my gadgets for this one, and that's too much effort. This is the one where I need like a speed build to actually like get there. This is a damage check for 2 gems. And we got it. Now we can get an upgrade. That did give me enough to get a shot damage boost. And then I just need more gems to get the rest. That'll at least be a decent upgrade there, because I got both 2 separate damage buffs for 1 gadget. I don't know what caused me to get so much damage there that I got sent to like in danger. Got hit by random rain right as I got enough charge to not die. But also we lose base on time. That was a weird round. Like, it just kind of felt like it went naturally wrong, and I don't really know the cause of it. Like, maybe enemies weren't approaching quick enough, or I was taking too long to get a couple. Got hit by random shockwave. want to use the charge there, but I feel like I'm in a very weird spot where with not enough orbs. I feel like if I manage to get through like the first floor with all 3 lives, I'm just in incredible shape, even if I use my charge. Just kind of, because it's kind of just, can I get through 1 floor without having to burn? That was a little bit of a waste of charge. But I thought I was going to get into the danger area after that hit. And instead we just kind of had to swim back up and win. I'll say it feels bad that I only have potentially 16 floors left, but it's also... just kind of running out of time. I kind of panicked trying to figure out where I could get to. I also didn't see if I was ready for another charge. I do have enough for another weapon upgrade if I wanted it. I had to jump over the shockwave, but there was a small enemy approaching. Here's another gem. We got through with 2 lives this time, and I almost won with 1, so I can definitely do 2. through with a charge. But 2 lives going into the last part. So in terms of like levels I have right now, apparently I'm up to level 80 as a character. Feels really bad when I just get hit by like a random bomb. I got really stuck there. I didn't know where to go, and I picked a bad spot. I was hoping the freeze was going to stall them long enough that I could get away. But it did not. Yeah, so my guess is the final floors level is 100. And we got through. Now all it took was a charge. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get through the last like 10 floors unless I like first try everyone that's left. I got a little bit greedy going for that one missile enemy. And that was just unfortunate as a placement there. Well, we got through, but I'm back down to my last life again. It's like I need to get through any floor without losing 2 lives. I don't know what hit me. I thought I was out of the danger zone. I have enough that I'm going to go ahead and... Actually, I'll save up for 50,000. If I hit 50,000, I'll upgrade weapon again. Because right now, where I'm at, I'm basically 1 gem away from getting another item. I fell in the water because I got a real bad knockback. I'm just trapped in a circle of AoEs. Either I go for the UFO or I go for the wind attack that I would have to shoot through. Yeah, that's fine. Didn't think I was getting through that one. I should have maybe checked my scrap to see if I had enough for like the 50,000. I think if I had a full charge, I could have been fine going down there, but because I didn't, it was just kind of risky. Two deaths there because I got kind of stuck. But we somehow managed to get through at least, with a little bit of extra charge. But probably not winning this one, unless I just get really good. So apparently if I kill the missile enemy quick enough, it summons a Big Maw. Which I have not seen in that fight yet. So good to know that's the thing. That one, I just wasn't getting enough kills. I think I was playing it too safe. We are going to take this moment to scrap all my weapons and see if I can get another upgrade. Not quite if I'm waiting for 50,000. And I'm pretty sure I don't have enough for... I'm gonna see if Speed Tank helps me more. Because I think being able to escape is probably something I need to get better at, and Speed Tank is kind of more natural for that. Because pretty much if I land a charge shot, then I just have to burrow, and it should just let me travel wherever as fast as I want. And we got through with all lives and also only one charge. I do think that it lowers my damage a bit, but I think the mobility is enough of a trade-off because it means that just landing charge shot. Was a bit closer than I liked. I just needed a little bit of energy so I could get that last charge off. I needed like one good egg. just need like one more power egg. I needed one more, but I ran out of time. I do think the speed one feels better. It's still a case where I need to be a little bit more aggressive because speed does let me get away easily, but it means if I'm more prone to running away. I need to use my Atom ability to, like, get an annoying enemy who's far away. There's a win with a fair amount of time remaining. But that's like more how I need to use this. I need to just get bosses out of the way and then just set up a trap on either side. I was really hoping I could build up a charge. At least we have one for the next floor. So as soon as I'm done with, like, the boss, probably just gonna pop this. And we got it. I don't like how close I was because I couldn't get to any of the power eggs, and I was in near charge. But that's another 4 done. With that, though, also a nice random gem drop. We take those. Did I craft the fire rate ups for that one? No, just blaster and double trouble. How many slots do I have available? Just the one. I currently have a 6-star round, so actually this is fine. Also, apparently there were more gems that dropped that I just didn't see. I'm gonna do one more run just to test out the new gadgets. But I think I am kind of at a point where I need to consider calling it. And I don't think I'm gonna get through the next, like, 8 floors in 30 minutes. As much as I would like to. Somehow I won without using charge and without losing a life. Was that like 20% buff like all I really needed? To just absolutely be busted? Or was it the tank upgrade or the tank chase that I did? Like maybe the damage just wasn't good enough. So momentum was what I needed. And we got through, but it did cost a life. I did get half my charge back though. I'll say, watch me get ready to call it, and then I just start first trying every floor. I tried to jump, but I messed up the jump. And we won. I think that was the first try. I feel like now my build is like actually coming together and it's just minor tweaks at this point. I think that gem drop kind of really clinched the deal at the end. But also I think even with my build going extremely well, it's just going to take too long to beat it. But I'm absolutely positive that I can finish it up in one more stream. Like 10 floors at this point is easy. I say that is another one I crafted, but I don't have the space for it unless I upgrade something else. This is one that I could consider just for more damage. But I would need 3 gems for that one. Okay, with that, I think we're gonna call it here. Just because I have to work tomorrow. And I'm pretty much out of time as far as much as I can stall. Or as much as I can put into this. So with that, I think we're gonna see who's on to raid. Let's say Jin stopped by earlier, so we can go add a Jin. So with that, feeling pretty confident that I can get this done in one more stream. I was really hoping I was going to get it done today, but these last big gauntlet dungeons seem to be a bit more trouble than I thought it was going to be. If I had changed a couple of things, like in terms of upgrade paths, I could have maybe gotten through it a bit quicker, like if I had scrapped my level 5 weapons earlier. But overall, I'm ready to be done with it. Since I will probably finish up relatively quickly, I'm going to do like 9 floors, finish out all the side areas, and then we'll jump back into the finale. But that'll probably be... So I do have plans next Sunday, so it'll probably be... Saturday is going to be more... like a dragon, infinite wealth. And then Wednesday is probably going to be Beast of Reincarnate, and I probably won't be streaming Sunday. So it'll probably be a couple weeks before I get back to this to finish it up. That being said, thanks for hanging out. Go say hi to Jin, and bye-bye.